Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient stones of Hogwarts whispered with anticipation as enchanted silver frost crept across the Great Hall's windows, forming intricate patterns that had not been seen for centuries. Headmistress McGonagall stood before the assembled students, her emerald robes shimmering with arcane symbols that seemed to shift and change with every breath. Behind her, the enchanted ceiling reflected not the night sky, but a swirling cosmic tapestry of stars, constellations, and ethereal mists that none present had ever witnessed before. "Tonight," she announced, her voice carrying to every corner of the hushed hall, "Hogwarts awakens a tradition buried by time itself. The tournament of ancestral souls has returned." The silence that followed was profound. Even the ghosts hovering at the fringes of the hall seemed to hold their spectral breath. Isolde Gryffindor shrank further into her seat at the Gryffindor table, desperately wishing to become invisible as hundreds of eyes turned toward her. Being a descendant of one of the founders was burden enough without another grand event to highlight her inadequacies. "Every 300 years, McGonagall continued, magic itself calls upon Hogwarts to renew the covenant. 4 champions will be chosen, 1 from each house. 4 mentors will be summoned from beyond the veil to guide them. This is not a tournament of trivial glory, but one of profound purpose." Isolde's eyes darted to her fellow Gryffindors. Any one of them would make a worthier champion than herself. James Potter with his natural leadership, or Elric Stone with his unmatched dueling prowess. The headmistress raised her wand, and at the center of the hall, an ornate pedestal emerged from the stone floor. Atop it rested a crystal vessel filled with a luminous silver substance that was neither liquid nor gas. "The Chalice of Remembrance," McGonagall explained, "will select those whose souls resonate with the ancient purpose. It cannot be deceived, cannot be swayed. It sees not what you are, but what you may become." The following morning, the chalice began its work. As dawn broke, it emitted a beam of golden light that struck a 7th-year Hufflepuff named Marcus Thornfield. The burly, good-natured student was enveloped briefly in golden light before a spectral figure materialized beside him, Helga Hufflepuff herself, her kind eyes surveying her legacy with approval. By midday, a razor-sharp beam of green light had selected Astoria Blackthorn from Slytherin, pairing the calculating 6th year with not Salazar Slytherin as everyone expected, but with Merlin himself, whose appearance drew gasps from students and faculty alike. The afternoon brought the selection of Corvus Wintersmith from Ravenclaw, a scholarly 5th year who received Godric Gryffindor as his mentor, a pairing that set the school abuzz with speculation. As twilight approached, Isolde sat in the library, hiding among the towering bookshelves, grateful that the day had nearly passed without the chalice's attention turning to her. Just as she began to breathe easier, a strange tingling sensation washed over her skin. The book she'd been pretending to read slipped from nerveless fingers as she looked up to see tendrils of blue light seeping through the library windows, weaving through bookshelves, seeking her out. "No," she whispered. But the light encircled her nonetheless, lifting her gently to her feet and guiding her inexorably toward the great hall. Students parted as she entered, their whispers forming a wave of sound that crashed against her consciousness. The chalice's light strengthened, becoming almost blinding as it surrounded her. Then, from within the silver substance, a figure emerged, not the red-haired, bearded founder of her house as tradition would dictate, but a regal woman with piercing eyes and a diadem that sparkled with sapphires. Rowena Ravenclaw, Headmistress McGonagall announced, unable to keep the surprise from her voice, to mentor Isolde Gryffindor. The spectral founder studied Isolde with an intensity that seemed to peer into her very soul. Interesting, Rowena's voice echoed with ancient power. Most interesting indeed. The subsequent days brought disappointment and doubt. While the other champions excelled in their initial challenges, Marcus demonstrating extraordinary herbology skills, Astoria mastering complex potions, and Corvus performing feats of transfiguration that left professors speechless, Isolde struggled. Her spells misfired, her potions simmered with the wrong hues, and her transformations were incomplete at best. "I don't understand why the chalice chose me," she confessed to Rowena one evening as they sat in an abandoned classroom, surrounded by failed attempts at conjuring a Patronus. "And why you? No offense, but you're not Godric." Rowena smiled enigmatically. "The chalice does not make mistakes, young one. Nor do I mentor those without potential, but I'm failing every challenge. Are you?" Rowena glided to a window overlooking the moonlit grounds. "Perhaps you misunderstand the nature of the tournament itself. Look beyond the obvious, Isolde. What connects the challenges? What patterns emerge?" Isolde frowned, recalling each task. "They all involve protection, boundaries." "Precisely." Rowena's spectral form brightened. "And what lies at Hogwarts' own heart, beyond all houses and petty divisions? Magic itself, the Covenant," Rowena corrected. "A pact made not by 4 founders, but 5. This revelation led Isolde to the restricted section of the library, where ancient texts spoke in riddles and half-truths. With Rowena's guidance, she discovered fragments of a forgotten story, of Aurelia, the 5th founder whose very name had been meticulously erased from Hogwarts history. "She was a seer," Rowena explained, as they pored over a crumbling manuscript. "She foresaw a darkness that would threaten not just Hogwarts, but the very fabric of magic itself. A darkness that rises every 3 centuries. And the tournament prepares champions to face it," Isolde whispered. "To renew the wards that keep it at bay," Rowena corrected. "Wards that require the essence of all founding houses, working in harmony." Understanding dawned like a sunrise in Isolde's mind. That's why the mentors are mismatched with their champions. We need to embody not just our own house's virtues, but all of them together. The final challenge arrived with the winter solstice. The 4 champions were led deep beneath the castle, past the Chamber of Secrets, beyond the ancient foundations, to a cavern that seemed to exist between worlds. At its center stood a crystalline arch, its surface rippling like disturbed water, showing glimpses of a void filled with nameless horrors. "And the Veil of Aurelia," Headmistress McGonagall explained solemnly. "Once every 300 years it thins. What lies beyond hungers for our magic, our very souls. The Covenant must be renewed." The spectral mentors formed a circle around their champions, their ethereal forms growing more substantial with each passing moment. "Together," Helga instructed, "cast your finest protections. But beware, the veil will show each of you your greatest fear, your deepest doubt. Overcome it, or all is lost." As they raised their wands, the veil rippled violently. Isolde saw her fellow champions falter as visions assailed them, Marcus confronted by exclusion and loneliness. Astoria facing powerlessness, Corvus witnessing the collapse of all knowledge. When the veil turned its attention to Isolde, she steeled herself for visions of failure and inadequacy. Instead, she saw Hogwarts itself, not in ruins, but transformed into something cold and sterile, a place where magic was merely a tool, stripped of wonder and mystery. "This is what the darkness seeks," Rowena's voice came from beside her. "Not destruction, but the diminishment of magic's true nature. This is why Aurelia chose to be forgotten, so the darkness would not recognize her protection." Understanding flooded through Isolde. The tournament wasn't about proving worthiness or skill. It was about remembering why magic mattered, why Hogwarts existed beyond mere education. As this realization crystallized, she felt a surge of power unlike anything she'd experienced before. Not the brash courage of Gryffindor, nor the quick wit of Ravenclaw, but something deeper, a magic born of integration, of wholeness. "Now," she called to her fellow champions, "cast with me, not as separate houses, but as Hogwarts united." Their spells merged, Marcus's steadfast protection, Astoria's adaptive wards, Corvus's innovative barriers, with Isolde's newfound magic serving as the conduit between them. The crystal arch absorbed their combined power, shimmering with renewed strength as the essence of 5 founders, not 4, reinforced the ancient covenant. When it was done, when the veil had solidified once more into an impenetrable barrier, the spectral mentors began to fade. "Remember," Rowena told Isolde as her form grew transparent, "true magic lies not in separation, but in unity." Aurelia knew this. Now you do as well. As spring returned to Hogwarts, the tournament of ancestral souls faded into memory or legend for those who preferred more exciting tales than what was officially recorded. The trophy awarded to all 4 champions collected dust in the trophy room, inscribed with their names and a 5th, which appeared only when the light struck it just so. Aurelia, Isolde Gryffindor, returned to her classes, still quiet, still reserved. But something had changed within her. When younger students struggled with their spells, she would kneel beside them and whisper, "Magic isn't just about the words or the wand. It's about remembering why we cast in the first place." And sometimes, in the quiet corners of the castle, when ancient stones creaked and settled, she could almost hear a 5th voice whispering alongside the familiar 4, the forgotten founder, watching over Hogwarts still through the eyes of those who understood that true magic transcended the boundaries of houses, of time, and even of memory itself. Story 2. The first snowflake fell inside Hogwarts on the autumn equinox, an impossibility that silenced the Ravenclaw common room as students watched crystalline patterns form mid-air, swirling beneath the painted stars of their ceiling. Lyra Winterhaven extended her hand, catching the perfect hexagonal crystal upon her palm. It did not melt. Instead, it pulsed with a faint blue luminescence that synchronized with her heartbeat. "Impossible," whispered a first-year, eyes wide with wonder. "Nothing is impossible," Lyra replied, her voice distant as the snowflake's glow intensified, spreading coolness through her veins. "Only improbable." Across the castle, in the dungeons below, the stone walls of the Slytherin common room cracked, not with decay, but with life. Emerald vines threaded through ancient mortar, unfurling leaves that shimmered with silver dew. Thorns transformed into delicate buds that blossomed into roses, never before seen in the wizarding world, petals of deepest green with silver veins pulsing like quicksilver. Orion Nightshade sat alone by the fireplace, watching as a tendril curled toward him, offering a single bloom. When his fingers brushed against the petals, the rose transformed, not wilting, but evolving into a crystalline structure that captured the firelight in hypnotic patterns. "Fascinating," he murmured, as warmth traveled from his fingertips through his arm, settling in his chest like a seed taking root. High above in Gryffindor Tower, thunder cracked without clouds. Lightning danced across the common room ceiling, throwing shadows that moved independently of their sources. In the center of this atmospheric impossibility stood Kieran Flameheart, his amber eyes reflecting miniature lightning strikes as electricity arced between his outstretched fingers. "Bloody hell, Kieran!" exclaimed his roommate, diving behind a sofa as a bolt struck the floor, leaving a scorch mark in the shape of a roaring lion. Kieran didn't answer. He couldn't. The storm inside him was too loud, too powerful, a tempest demanding release. And in the kitchens near the Hufflepuff basement, Ilara Sunchild helped house elves prepare the evening meal when the oven suddenly roared with golden flames that did not burn. Heat radiated through the room, but instead of scorching, it nurtured. Vegetables ripened before their eyes, bread rose in seconds rather than hours. Fruits developed flavors so intense that a single bite brought tears of joy. Ilara's hands glowed with solar warmth as she shaped dough that responded to her touch like a living creature. Summer had found its vessel. Professor Cassandra Slytherin was marking third-year essays on antidotes when her enchanted quill stopped mid-sentence, hovering above the parchment before dropping to the desk. The ancient ring she wore, silver serpent coiled around an emerald, pulsed with vibrant light. 4 distinct colors flashed in sequence: blue, green, red, gold. "So it begins," she whispered, setting aside her work and retrieving a leather-bound journal from a hidden compartment in her desk. Its cover bore no title, only a single symbol, 4 elements intertwined around a pentagram. The symbol now glowed with the same 4 colors that had emanated from her ring. The journal had come to her from her grandmother, who had received it from hers, passed down through 28 generations of Slytherins who had protected its secret, the true secret of Hogwarts. 3 days later, Headmistress McGonagall summoned Cassandra to her office. The portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses feigned sleep, but their barely perceptible movements betrayed their interest. "Into 4 separate incidents of unprecedented magic," McGonagall stated, gesturing to reports spread across her desk. "Snow in Ravenclaw Tower, living plants erupting through Slytherin dungeon walls, electrical storms confined to Gryffindor common room, and now eternal summer in the Hufflepuff kitchens." She fixed Cassandra with a penetrating stare. "Professor Slytherin, I suspect you know something about this phenomenon." Cassandra's face remained impassive, though her fingers unconsciously brushed against her ring. "I have theories, Headmistress." "I thought you might—" "The faculty is divided between fascination and alarm. Professor Flitwick believes we're witnessing spontaneous elemental manifestation. Professor Longbottom suggests the castle's magic might be evolving. Both are partially correct," Cassandra replied carefully. "The castle is awakening powers dormant since the Founder's time. 4 students have been chosen as vessels for the Founder's elemental magic, magic that once maintained harmony throughout Hogwarts." McGonagall's expression remained skeptical. "And you know this how?" Cassandra hesitated before answering. "Family records. My ancestors' journals describe a similar occurrence, approximately 5 centuries ago." This was not entirely false. Such an event had indeed happened, though much more recently than she admitted. The full truth, that Salazar Slytherin had left provisions for his descendants to monitor and guide this awakening, remained unspoken. "Then I trust you will help identify these students and assist them in controlling these abilities," McGonagall said, the statement clearly an order rather than a request, before someone gets hurt. Cassandra inclined her head in agreement. I believe I already know who they are. The room of requirement transformed itself as the 4 students entered, its usual adaptable space shifting into something ancient and immutable. 4 great stone arches rose from the floor, each bearing the crest of a Hogwarts house. Between them stretched a circular pool of water, so still it appeared solid. The ceiling vanished, revealing not the interior of Hogwarts, but a night sky unfamiliar to any of them, constellations unknown to modern astronomy. Welcome, Cassandra said, emerging from shadows that seemed deeper than merely an absence of light. To the Chamber of Convergence. The 4 students exchanged uncertain glances. None had willingly accompanied the enigmatic potions professor. Each had received a message that compelled their feet to bring them here, as though the castle itself had issued the invitation. Why are we here? Demanded Kieran, electricity still crackling faintly around his auburn hair. And what's happening to us? You 4, Cassandra began, circling the pool, have been chosen by Hogwarts itself to become the living embodiments of the founders, elemental magic. Rowena Ravenclaw commanded winter's wisdom. Salazar Slytherin channeled spring's growth and transformation. Godric Gryffindor wielded summer's passionate fire. And Helga Hufflepuff embraced autumn's nurturing harvest. That's not right, Elara interrupted, her normally timid voice strengthened by the warmth flowing through her. I feel summer, not autumn. A smile touched Cassandra's lips. Yes, the seasons have shifted. The cycle continues but changes, just as the founders intended. What do you mean, as intended? Lyra asked, frost forming where her fingers touched the stone arch of Ravenclaw. Hogwarts was never meant to be divided, Cassandra explained, her voice taking on a passionate intensity. The 4 houses were created as complementary aspects of a unified whole, like the seasons in a perfect year, but over time, rivalry replaced harmony. Competition overshadowed cooperation. So what are we supposed to do? Orion spoke for the first time, his voice soft yet carrying an undercurrent of suspicion. The vines that had begun creeping up his arms retreated slightly. Restore the original vision, Cassandra said, raising her arms. The water in the central pool began to glow, projecting images of a Hogwarts none of them recognized, a castle without distinct house tables, where students moved freely between dormitories, where lessons combined disciplines rather than separating them. But by merging your powers at the heart of the castle, she continued, you can rewrite the very enchantments that govern Hogwarts, returning it to the inclusive haven the founders first created. Kieran scoffed, lightning flashing in his eyes. And we're just supposed to trust you, a Slytherin claiming to want unity. Before Cassandra could respond, the door to the room of requirement burst open. A 5th student staggered in, his robes bearing no house insignia, his face ghostly pale. Blood dripped from his nose, and his eyes glowed with silver light. Don't listen, he gasped. She's lying. Alaric, Cassandra whispered, shock breaking through her composed demeanor. How did you? I was the 5th, the boy said, addressing the other 4 while keeping his distance from Cassandra. Winter's vessel. Until she extracted the power from me when I questioned her true intentions. The temperature in the room plummeted as Lyra stepped protectively toward Alaric. What true intentions? Ask her about the 5th founder, Alaric challenged, pointing an accusatory finger at Cassandra. Ask her about Morgana Le Fay and what really happened when Hogwarts was founded. Silence fell, heavy as a burial shroud. The magical energies emanating from the 4 chosen students intensified, Frost spreading, vines twisting, lightning arcing, heat waves distorting the air. Morgana was no founder, Cassandra finally said, but uncertainty colored her voice. She was a dark witch who advocated for magical education for all, regardless of blood status or magical aptitude, Alaric interrupted. Who created the first protection spells for Muggle-born children? Who wanted magic to serve life, not rule it? Cassandra's expression hardened. Fairy tales. The journals say. Your journals, Alaric retorted, written by Slytherins to preserve Salazar's vision, not the truth. The four elemental vessels looked between Cassandra and Alaric, doubt evident in their expressions. The room of requirement responded to their collective uncertainty, the walls becoming transparent, revealing the castle around them, and the hundreds of students whose lives would be affected by whatever decision they made. The prophecy is real, Cassandra insisted, desperation entering her voice. Four shall arise to remake what was sundered. That's you, the power to restore Hogwarts to greatness. Or perhaps, Lyra suggested, frost crystallizing into intricate patterns at her feet, to evolve it into something better than any single founder envisioned. Not a return to the past, but a path to the future. Orion nodded, vines blossoming with flowers from his fingers, balance without uniformity. Strength through diversity, added Kieran, his lightning calming to a steady glow. Nurturing all forms of magic, Ilara completed, her summer warmth extending to envelop Alaric, color returning to his face. The five students formed a circle around the pool, their reflections merging into a single image, not of the past Hogwarts that Cassandra had shown them, nor of the current divided school, but of something new, something evolving. This isn't what the prophecy meant, Cassandra protested, but her words lacked conviction. Perhaps prophecies, like schools, are meant to be interpreted by each generation anew, Lyra suggested, extending her hand to Cassandra. Join us, not as a controller of this power, but as its guide. As Cassandra hesitated, torn between ancestral loyalty and the truth revealed in the pool's depths, the castle itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for a choice that would reshape not just Hogwarts, but the future of magical education itself. And in that moment of possibility, the true transformation began. Story 3. The ancient trees of the Forbidden Forest whispered secrets on that misty dawn, their gnarled branches reaching toward a sky painted in watercolor hues of lavender and gold. Thaddeus Fleming trudged along the forest's edge, his yellow and black Hufflepuff scarf catching the early light as it fluttered in the autumn breeze. He preferred these solitary morning walks before the castle awakened, before the pitying glances and whispered comments about his mediocre magical abilities could find him. The half-blood who can barely levitate a feather, they called him behind cupped hands and smothered laughter. A flash of blue light pulsed beneath the soil near the gnarled roots of an ancient oak. So brief, Thaddeus thought he had imagined it. But then it came again, stronger, more insistent, a heartbeat of magic calling from beneath the earth. Something compelled him forward, his hands working of their own accord, fingers digging into the cold, damp soil until they closed around a slender object buried beneath centuries of fallen leaves and forest detritus. The wand emerged from the earth with a sound like a sigh, ancient wood darker than midnight, its surface etched with spiraling runes that seemed to move in the periphery of vision. When Thaddeus's fingers closed around it, the world held its breath. Magic surged through him, not the hesitant trickle he was accustomed to, but a torrent of raw power that illuminated his veins from within, casting his shadow in stark relief against the forest floor. The wand bonded to him in that instant, its magic intertwining with his own, ancient power recognizing something within this unremarkable boy that had remained hidden, perhaps even from himself. "Impossible," he whispered, his voice strange to his own ears. In response, the wand emanated a pulse of blue light that spiraled skyward, piercing the morning mist and disappearing into the heavens, a beacon calling across distances unmeasurable by mortal means. Within a fortnight, they began to arrive. First came the Thestrals, more than had ever been seen in the Forbidden Forest, their skeletal forms gathering in silent vigil at the forest's edge each night. Then phoenixes appeared, perching on the castle's highest towers, their immortal eyes fixed upon the Hufflepuff common room. A delegation of centaurs emerged from the forest depths to speak with the headmistress, their normally inscrutable faces marked with concern. "The stars speak of Merlin's awakening," their leader announced to the assembled professors, his voice resonating through the great hall. "The first relic has found its guardian." By the third week, merpeople broke the surface of the Black Lake, their haunting voices raised in songs not heard by human ears for centuries. Goblins arrived uninvited at the castle gates, bearing ancient scrolls and demanding audience with the whisper-bound one. Professor Whitewood, the elderly Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, pulled Thaddeus aside after class, her rheumy eyes narrowed with suspicion. "What have you done, Fleming?" she hissed, her gnarled fingers digging into his arm. "The castle's wards are fluctuating, creatures are gathering, and the Department of Mysteries has dispatched an observer. These events coincide with your sudden improvement in practical magic." It was true. Since finding the wand, which Thaddeus kept hidden, using his official school wand for classes, his magical abilities had transformed. Spells that once eluded him now came naturally, though they often manifested in unexpected ways. His Lumos charm produced orbs of light that followed him like loyal pets. His transfigurations imbued objects with semi-sentience. "I haven't done anything, Professor," he answered truthfully, for while the wand had chosen him, he had no understanding of the forces now set in motion. Professor Whitewood's eyes clouded momentarily, a flicker of confusion passing over her features before her expression hardened again. 10 points from Hufflepuff for your dishonesty," she snapped, turning away abruptly. Thaddeus watched her go, a chill of unease settling over him. It wasn't the lost points that disturbed him, it was the brief vacancy he'd glimpsed in her eyes, as though something had momentarily taken residence there. "You've caused quite a stir, Mr. Fleming." The voice came from the shadows of the castle's western courtyard, where Thaddeus had retreated to practice controlling the wand's unpredictable power. A tall woman emerged, her midnight blue robes embroidered with silver constellations that moved across the fabric like actual stars traversing the night sky. Her dark hair was streaked with silver, and her eyes, a peculiar shade of amber, seemed to see through him rather than at him. "Lady Morgause," she introduced herself with a slight incline of her head. "Department of Mysteries, Special Division." "How did you know I was here?" Thaddeus asked, hastily concealing the ancient wand within his robes. A smile played at the corners of her mouth. "The wand you carry was crafted by Merlin himself, one of 5 relics he created to maintain balance in the magical world. Its awakening has set off ripples that those of us who study such things cannot ignore." "Merlin's wand," Thaddeus whispered, his hand unconsciously moving to where the artifact rested against his chest, its magic pulsing in time with his quickened heartbeat. "One of them," Lady Morgause clarified. "Merlin created 5 instruments of power, the Wand of Whispers, which you now possess, the Crown of Clarity, the Chalice of Change, the Blade of Balance, and the Mirror of Memory. Together, they form the quintessence, a system of magical governance that has regulated the foundational laws of magic since his time. She moved closer, her robes whispering against the flagstones. But the system is failing, Mr. Fleming. For centuries, the relics have been separated, their power diminishing. The magical world is experiencing instabilities. Your discovery could not have been more timely. What does this have to do with me? Thaddeus asked, though a part of him already had understood from the moment the wand had bonded with him. The wand chose you as its guardian, she explained. Only a guardian can unite the quintessence and restore magical balance. I've dedicated my life to locating the relics. With your connection to the Wand of Whispers, we could find the others before the deterioration becomes irreversible. It sounded reasonable, noble even. Yet something in her too-perfect explanation nagged at Thaddeus. The wand pulsed warmly against him, as if in warning. I need time to think, he said. Lady Morgause inclined her head graciously. Of course, but do not wait too long. Already, the signs of magical instability grow more pronounced. The creatures gather because they sense the imbalance. They look to you, to the wand, for salvation. After she departed, Thaddeus withdrew the wand, studying the shifting runes upon its surface. What are you trying to tell me? He whispered. In response, the runes rearranged themselves briefly, forming a single word. Beware. The disasters began subtly. Stairways in Hogwarts rerouted students to non-existent rooms. Portraits spoke in languages no one had ever heard. The enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall reflected impossible celestial configurations. Then matters escalated. During a transfiguration lesson, every object in the classroom simultaneously transformed into crystal butterflies that shattered when touched. The whomping willow uprooted itself and wandered the grounds for 3 days before replanting itself by the lake. 3 professors, including Professor Whitewood, began lecturing in monotonous voices about the coming restoration and the Queen's return. Thaddeus found himself gathering unlikely allies, other students relegated to the margins of Hogwarts society. Lorelei Blackwood, a Slytherin whose family's dark past left her isolated despite her brilliant mind. Ezra Wyndham, a Ravenclaw whose unorthodox magical theories earned him ridicule even within his own house. Gwendolyn Summers, a fiery Gryffindor whose muggle-born status and outspoken views made her an outsider despite her courage. Together in the room of requirement, which had appeared to Thaddeus unbidden, they researched the quintessence and the growing magical anomalies, piecing together a disturbing picture. The Department of Mysteries has no special division, Lorelei announced one evening, looking up from a heavy tome, and there's no record of a Lady Morgause working there. That's not all, Ezra added, pushing his spectacles up his nose. And I've been mapping the magical disturbances. They're not random. They form a pattern, like a ritual circle, with Hogwarts at its center. Gwendolyn, who had been studying historical accounts of Merlin, closed her book with a heavy thud. And there's this. Morgause was the half-sister of Morgana Le Fay, Merlin's greatest adversary. It's not a coincidence that someone using that name has appeared just as Merlin's relic resurfaces. The wand pulsed against Thaddeus's chest as pieces clicked into place. She wants me to find the other relics, he realized aloud, not to restore balance, but to break it completely. A spectral blue light emanated from the wand as he drew it forth, illuminating their determined faces. In that glow, these outcasts, this broken boy and his unlikely friends, were transformed, no longer rejects, but the last line of defense against a threat none of the wizarding world's leaders yet recognized. "We need to find the other relics before she does," Lorelei stated, her voice leaving no room for doubt. "And we need to discover who she really is," added Ezra. "And what she truly intends to do with the quintessence," Gwendolyn concluded. Thaddeus nodded, feeling the wand's power hum through him, not overwhelming now, but harmonizing with his own magic, strengthening rather than supplanting it. "The Wand of Whispers found me for a reason," he said. "Perhaps not because I'm exceptional, but because I know what it means to be overlooked, underestimated." "Like us," Lorelei said with a rare smile. "Like us," he agreed. Outside their sanctuary, a storm of magical chaos brewed. Creatures continued to arrive at Hogwarts, drawn by ancient loyalties and modern fears. Professors fell one by one under mysterious influences, and somewhere, a woman who called herself Morgause plotted the final downfall of Merlin's legacy. But within the room of requirement, 4 young wizards, each broken in their own way, yet stronger together, prepared for a battle that would determine not just their fates, but the fundamental nature of magic itself. At their center stood Thaddeus Fleming, no longer defined by what he lacked, but by what he had found: purpose, friends, and a power older than Hogwarts itself. The wand pulsed once more, its runes shifting to form new words: "Find them." And so their true quest began. Story 4. The portrait appeared in the night, when the castle slept, and only the whispers of ancient magic disturbed the silence. Dawn revealed it hanging between Armando Dippet and Dilys Derwent on the curved wall of the headmaster's office, an aristocratic man with piercing silver eyes and a beard trimmed to mathematical precision. His robes, the midnight blue of a sky moments before stars appear, bore symbols no living scholar recognized. The plaque beneath him read simply, "Gideon Morrigan, Forgotten Steward, 1421-1426. Headmistress McGonagall stood before the portrait, her reflection ghost-like in its peculiarly lustrous surface. Unlike the other portraits that muttered and shifted in their frames, this one remained unnervingly still, its subject watching her with the fixed intensity of a predator assessing prey. "Good morning," she ventured. The portrait's lips curved into a smile that never reached those silver eyes. "Minerva McGonagall," he replied, his voice carrying the hollow resonance of a voice echoing in an empty cathedral. "The stars have finally aligned. How fortuitous." By midday, every portrait in the headmaster's office had evacuated to frames elsewhere in the castle. Professor Percival Wright hurried through the corridor, his wild salt-and-pepper hair creating a halo around his head in the morning light streaming through the high windows of Hogwarts. Clutched in his arms were 3 ancient tomes, their leather bindings cracked with age, and a roll of parchment covered in his cramped handwriting. Students pressed themselves against the stone walls to avoid collision with the distracted history of magic professor, whose reputation for eccentricity was matched only by his boundless enthusiasm for historical minutiae that most wizards had long forgotten. "Absolutely extraordinary," he muttered, nearly colliding with a suit of armor that seemed to lean away from him at the last possible moment. 5.5 centuries of complete archival silence." He burst into the library, making directly for the restricted section where Madame Pince guarded her most precious volumes with the vigilance of a nesting dragon. Before she could voice her standard objections to his disruptive entrance, he thrust the parchment toward her. "Headmistress's authorization," he explained breathlessly. "I need access to the Founder's Codex." Madame Pince's eyes narrowed to suspicious slits. "The Codex has not been removed from its enchanted case in over a century." "Precisely why I need it now." Percival's eyes gleamed with the fervor that made students simultaneously dread and adore his lectures. "There's a portrait in the headmaster's office, a man claiming to be headmaster during a period completely expunged from our records. Gideon Morrigan, 1421 to 1426. A crash sounded behind them. Vivian Blackthorn, the Slytherin head girl who had been researching nearby, stood amidst scattered books, her normally composed features slack with shock. "Did you say Morrigan?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The Room of Forgotten Things existed in a perpetual state of twilight, its towering piles of discarded objects casting long shadows across the dust-moated air. Percival led their unlikely company through narrow pathways between mountains of broken furniture, forbidden books, and mysterious artifacts abandoned by centuries of Hogwarts inhabitants. "Are you certain we'll find anything here?" grumbled Argus Thorne, the aged caretaker who had replaced Filch a decade earlier. His bitter expression matched his predecessors, though his eyes held a different pain, that of a squib born to a powerful magical family who had spent his life in the shadows of abilities he could never possess. "The castle wants us to find it," Percival replied with unshakable conviction. "That's why it guided us here." "The castle," Thorne spat, "with stone and mortar. With 1,000 years of accumulated magic," added Vivian, her wand illuminating their path. Unlike many of her Slytherin predecessors, she approached her head girl duties with pragmatic dedication rather than political calculation. "Hogwarts has awareness, if not consciousness." The fourth member of their group said nothing, having no physical voice to contribute. The Whispering Knight floated several inches above the ground, his spectral armor bearing the scars of ancient battle, his helmet forever sealed. Confined to the Eastern Wing's forgotten armory by the terms of his centuries-old haunting, he had never before left his designated haunt, until Morrigan's portrait had appeared. Now, something in the castle's magic had shifted, allowing him temporary passage through the halls he had been forbidden to walk for 5 centuries. They reached the center of the vast room, where a singular clear space held a pedestal of black marble. Upon it rested a crystal box containing what appeared to be a simple, leather-bound journal, its cover unmarked save for a curious symbol. 4 wands crossed over an open book. "Wame, the Founder's record of succession," Percival breathed, reverence making his voice tremble. "Not the public codex that records the official lineage, but the true account, including those struck from history." Vivian's eyes narrowed. "How do you know this exists? It's mentioned in no text I've ever encountered." "My family has passed down the knowledge for generations," he admitted. "We were tasked with remembering what others were compelled to forget." The Whispering Knight drifted forward, pointing a gauntleted hand at the crystal case. Perceiving his intent, Percival stepped aside, allowing the ghost to hover directly above the pedestal. A sound like distant wind chimes filled the air as the knight bent close to the case, an approximation of speech in a voice long silenced. To everyone's surprise, Thorne translated. "And he says Morrigan seeks the keystone." When the others stared, the caretaker shrugged defensively. "I may not have magic, but I've spent 50 years listening to Hogwarts. Ghosts. You learn things." "What keystone?" Vivian demanded. The knight's ghostly hand traced symbols in the air, geometric shapes that glowed briefly before fading. "The foundation stone upon which the 4 houses' magic was built," Thorne interpreted. "A relic containing a piece of each founder's power, hidden within Hogwarts itself." Percival nodded slowly, connections forming in his scholarly mind. The portrait claimed Hogwarts' defenses are weakening, that only the keystone can reinforce them. He's been giving me directions, clues to its location. "And you believed him?" Vivian's incredulity was palpable. "I'm a historian," Percival said simply. "I follow evidence where it leads." With reverent hands, he lifted the crystal case. To their collective surprise, it offered no resistance, opening like a flower to morning sun. The journal within practically hummed with contained magic. Its pages turned of their own accord when Percival touched the leather cover, stopping at an entry dated 1426. The handwriting was cramped and hurried. The ink faded to the color of dried blood. Gideon Morrigan executed for attempted soul transference, Percival read aloud, his voice growing horrified as he continued. After murdering 3 students in a ritual designed to grant immortality. His portrait, which he had enchanted as a vessel for his consciousness should the ritual fail, has been sealed in the chamber of containment, never to be displayed. Memory charms applied to all students and staff. His name struck from all records by order of the Wiesengemot. Vivian's face drained of color. If his portrait is hanging in the headmaster's office, then the chamber has been breached, Percival concluded grimly. The knight's spectral form flickered urgently, his silent communication growing more frantic. The ritual, Thorn translated, his normally dour face ashen. It wasn't just for immortality. Morrigan discovered that the keystone requires 4 sacrifices, one aligned with each house, to activate its full power, not to strengthen Hogwarts, but to grant its controller absolute authority over the castle's magic. And with the castle's magic, Vivian began, comes control of every spell ever cast within its walls, Percival finished. Every protection, every enchantment layered over a millennium. The journal pages continued turning, revealing 4 sketched faces, a Gryffindor prefect, a Ravenclaw scholar, a Hufflepuff healer, and a Slytherin potioneer. Beneath them, in the same blood-dark ink, the 4 pillars, incomplete. Vivian's analytical mind made the connection first. He's looking for 4 new sacrifices, 1 from each house. That's why he appeared now. He's found candidates. The Whispering Knight's form grew suddenly more substantial, his spectral armor gleaming with internal light. His silent gestures became more insistent. He says there's more, Thorn interpreted, his voice hollow with dread. Morrigan needs a living vessel to complete his return, someone with a connection to the castle's deepest magic. As one, they turned to Percival, whose family's ancient task of remembrance now revealed its true significance. The historian stood frozen, the terrible weight of understanding visible in his eyes. We have until the full moon, he said quietly. That's when the portal between his portrait prison and our world will be at its thinnest. If he secures his sacrifices and a vessel by then Hogwarts falls, Vivian concluded, her Slytherin pragmatism already calculating odds and strategies. And with it, perhaps, the entire wizarding world. The Whispering Knight drew his spectral sword, raising it in a silent pledge. To everyone's surprise, Thorn did the same with the caretaker's ring of keys, their metal catching the room's dim light. "Well," said the squib with grim determination, "for once I might be useful around this blasted castle." Vivian's wand ignited with silver light. The future of Hogwarts has always rested on unlikely alliances. We have 3 days to save our school. Percival closed the journal, resolution replacing academic curiosity in his bearing. For 5 centuries, Morrigan had been a shadow, a gap in history, a nightmare deliberately forgotten. Now, 4 unlikely guardians, a forgotten historian, a pragmatic Slytherin, a bitter squib, and a ghost bound by ancient magic stood between Hogwarts and its darkest former master. Outside, storm clouds gathered over the castle's highest towers. In the headmaster's office, Gideon Morrigan's portrait smiled as silver light began to seep from its frame, pooling like mercury on the ancient stone floor. The forgotten director's time had come at last, unless 4 unlikely heroes could prevent the past from consuming Hogwarts. Future. Story 5. The ancient stones of Hogwarts trembled as magic itself was torn asunder. The seventh-floor corridor shuddered, portraits fleeing their frames as a blinding fissure of silvery light erupted from the wall where the room of requirement had stood for a millennium. Headmistress McGonagall's Phoenix Patronus soared through the castle's hallways, its ethereal light casting ghostly shadows as it delivered an urgent message to the one wizard she never thought she'd summon again. Orion Blackstar stood at the edge of his workshop overlooking the stormy North Sea, the waves crashing against the jagged cliffs below. Lightning illuminated his gaunt face, scarred from experiments with wild magic that had cost him his position at Hogwarts years before. His fingers, adorned with runic silver bands, traced patterns in the air as he manipulated a suspended orb of swirling energies, his latest attempt to harness the theoretical space between realities. When the Phoenix Patronus burst through his wards, he knew before it spoke that his exile was about to end. "The boundaries have fallen," McGonagall's voice echoed from the spectral bird. "Come at once. What you warned us about has come to pass." The room of requirement had transformed into a nexus of chaos. Where once stood the magical chamber that answered to the needs of those who sought it, now yawned a pulsating tear in reality. Tendrils of foreign magic, raw, wild, and untamed, lashed out from the fissure, scorching the ancient stonework with patterns unlike any spell known to wizardkind. "It began 3 days ago," McGonagall explained, as she led Orion through corridors now barricaded with enchantments. Her emerald robes billowed behind her, the fabric woven with protective spells that shimmered in the torchlight. A group of students attempted to recreate the vanishing cabinet experiments from the Second Wizarding War. They did not understand the delicate nature of dimensional magic. Orion's eyes narrowed, the golden flecks in his irises glowing with suppressed anger. "I warned the Board of Governors that removing advanced magical theory from the curriculum would lead to disaster. Your vindication comes at a terrible price," McGonagall replied grimly. The first creatures came through yesterday. The hospital wing had been transformed into a fortified sanctuary. Inside, a dozen wizards and witches of varying ages huddled in groups, their robes strange in cut and design, their wands unlike any Orion had seen, crystal cores visible through transparent handles, runes spiraling down their lengths. But it was the fear in their eyes that struck him, the hunted look of prey that had narrowly escaped predators. Among them stood a woman whose presence commanded the room. Tall and regal, with midnight hair streaked with silver falling to her waist, she wore armor of dragon hide over robes of deepest blue. At her hip hung a sword whose hilt was carved into the shape of a raven with sapphire eyes. When she turned to face them, Orion felt the weight of centuries in her gaze. "The Orion Blackstar," McGonagall said. "May I present Lady Morgana Pendragon, High Protector of the Last Covenant of Magic." The name hung in the air like a forbidden spell. Morgana Pendragon, in their world, a dark sorceress of legend, enemy of Merlin and symbol of magic's corruption. Yet the woman before him carried herself with the dignity of a guardian, not a villain. "You are the artificer," Morgana stated, her voice carrying the lilting accent of ancient Wales, the one who theorized the existence of the veil between worlds. "And you," Orion replied carefully, "are not the Morgana of our histories." A smile touched her lips, though it did not reach her eyes. "In my world, it was Merlin who betrayed magic, delivering its secrets to those without the gift, believing all should wield power equally. A noble sentiment that led to our destruction." She gestured to the refugees. "We are the last. The technomages hunt us with devices that detect magical signatures. They harvest our essence to fuel their machines. Thomas Riddle, once my most promising apprentice, now leads them, a brilliant mind, consumed by jealousy for the gift he was not born with." Orion's mind raced with implications. The fissure, it's not stable, is it? It's expanding. With each passing hour, McGonagall confirmed, Professor Flitwick has calculated that within 3 days, the tear will be beyond our ability to seal. I need to see it up close, Orion decided, and I need to consult someone who might understand the theoretical underpinnings of interdimensional magic. McGonagall's expression darkened. There is only one portrait who might help, but I warn you, seeking his counsel always comes with unexpected consequences. The portrait of Albus Dumbledore hung not in the headmaster's office, but in a secluded tower room accessible only to those who knew to ask the castle itself for guidance. Unlike the other magical portraits that captured mere impressions of their subjects, this one had been created through an experimental process Dumbledore had designed in secret. Ah, Mr. Blackstar, the painted figure greeted them, blue eyes twinkling with the same intensity they had in life. I was wondering when events would bring you back to these halls. And Lady Morgana, how fascinating to meet a version of you unsullied by our world's historical biases. Orion stood transfixed. You were expecting this. You knew about parallel worlds. I suspected, Dumbledore corrected gently. During my research into the Deathly Hallows, I encountered certain anomalies, moments when objects seemed to exist in multiple states simultaneously. The Elder Wand, in particular, sometimes behaved as though it remembered futures or pasts that had never occurred. Morgana stepped forward, her armor gleaming in the candlelight. In my world, the Peveril artifacts were destroyed by the first technomages. They recognized what we did not, that certain magical objects exist as anchor points between realities. And the Room of Requirement is such an anchor, Orion realized. It manifests objects from somewhere. I always theorized it drew them across dimensional boundaries rather than conjuring them from nothing. Dumbledore nodded. Precisely why I asked Minerva to hide certain of my personal effects here after my death, including this. The portrait swung forward, revealing a hidden compartment containing a small wooden box carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change as they watched. Inside lay a silver instrument resembling an astrolabe, but with countless interlinked rings that moved independently. The Nexus Dial, Dumbledore explained, capable of mapping the thin places between worlds. I believe it may help you understand the nature of the fissure and perhaps how to seal it. The tear in reality had grown since morning. What had been a jagged silver line now pulsed as a gaping wound in the castle wall, easily 20 feet high. Beyond it, they glimpsed fractured images of another Hogwarts, one where stone had been reinforced with gleaming metal, where electric lights blazed from windows, and where strange devices monitored the corridors. "They're coming," Morgana whispered, her hand instinctively moving to her sword. "The hunters. They've tracked us." As if in response to her words, dark shapes appeared in the fissure. Figures in sleek black armor moved with mechanical precision, wielding wand-like devices that hummed with electricity rather than magic. Leading them was a tall man whose features were chillingly familiar, the same handsome face that had once belonged to Tom Riddle, but with eyes that were fully human, cold, with calculated intelligence rather than insane with magical corruption. Orion held up the Nexus Dial, which spun frantically in proximity to the tear. The fissure isn't natural. It's being forced open from their side. They've been searching for a way into other worlds. For more magic to harvest, Morgana confirmed grimly. Our world is nearly drained. The alternate Riddle spotted them through the fissure, his eyes widening in recognition. "Lady Morgana," his voice echoed strangely across the dimensional gap. "And this world's Orion Blackstar, I presume. How convenient to find you both together." McGonagall stepped forward, her wand raised. "You have no authority here, Mr. Riddle. Return to your reality at once." Riddle smiled coldly. "You misunderstand. We're not coming as invaders, but as saviors. Magic is a resource that must be managed, controlled. Left in the hands of individuals, it leads to chaos. We offer order. You offer extinction," Morgana countered. Orion studied the Nexus dial, a realization dawning. The fissure can be sealed, but not from our side. The room of requirement responds to need. It must have recognized the desperate need of magic users from a dying world. It's answering their call. Then the power maintaining the breach comes from their side, McGonagall reasoned. Orion nodded slowly, turning to Morgana. "There's only one way to close it. Someone must take the dial through and collapse the passage from within." Understanding dawned in Morgana's ancient eyes. "A one-way journey." "Not necessarily," Dumbledore's voice interrupted, as McGonagall revealed the small portrait she had brought with them. "Mr. Blackstar was expelled from Hogwarts for a reason, after all. Tell them, Orion." All eyes turned to the artificer, who suddenly looked both determined and afraid. "My research wasn't just theoretical. I discovered that certain individuals are born with a rare magical signature, one that resonates across multiple realities. The Ministry classified the research as dangerous, but I continued in secret." He pulled back his sleeve, revealing intricate runic scars spiraling up his arm. "I can navigate between worlds, but I've never dared attempt it. The calculation required is immense. One mistake would scatter my essence across the void." Riddle and his hunters had nearly breached the fissure now, their strange devices widening the tear with each passing second. "I'm coming with you," Morgana declared, drawing her sword. The blade burst into azure flames as ancient magic responded to her will. "The prophecy," whispered one of the refugee witches. "The Weaver of Worlds and the twice-born Queen shall stand at the threshold of endings." Orion looked at her sharply. "What prophecy?" But there was no time for answers. The fissure pulsed, and the first of the hunters stepped through into Hogwarts. Devices raised. McGonagall and the professors formed a defensive line, their wands creating a shield of pure magical energy. "Go," McGonagall commanded. "We'll hold them here." Orion grasped the Nexus dial in one hand and offered the other to Morgana. "If we survive this, Lady Pendragon, I have many questions about your world's version of me." Morgana's hand clasped his, her eyes flashing with unexpected warmth. "Let us ensure there is time for answers, Artificer." Together, they leapt through the fissure, the Nexus dial blazing with light as Orion channeled his unique magic through it. Behind them, the tear began to close, the last image of Hogwarts, showing McGonagall successfully repelling the first wave of hunters. Ahead lay an uncertain future in a world where magic was dying, and those who wielded it were hunted. But as they landed on the cold metal floor of an altered Hogwarts, Morgana's sword still blazing and Orion's runic scars glowing with power, one thing became certain. The prophecy had only begun to unfold, and the fate of magic in both worlds now rested in the hands of the most unlikely allies, the last artificer and the legendarily misunderstood Queen. Story 6. The ancient stones of Hogwarts whispered at night. Most students believed this to be merely the castle settling, or perhaps the mischievous murmurs of Peeves, the poltergeist. But Ilara Blackwood knew better. For 3 generations, the women of her family had heard the whispers, real voices speaking words that no one else could comprehend, words that, until now, Ilara had successfully ignored. Tonight, however, as autumn winds howled around Ravenclaw Tower, the whispers had become impossible to dismiss. They seeped through the cracks of the dormitory windows, curling around her four-poster bed like tendrils of smoke, their urgency unmistakable. Blackwood's daughter. The time approaches, the shadows stir. Moonlight cast strange patterns across the floor as Ilara slipped from beneath her covers, careful not to disturb her slumbering roommates. Her pale fingers clutched a worn journal, her grandmother's final gift before disappearing from the wizarding world 15 years ago. Its pages contained fragmentary warnings about a family legacy tied to Hogwarts itself, cryptic passages that had once seemed like the ravings of a disturbed mind. Now, with the whispers growing stronger each night, they read like prophecy. She made her way down the spiral staircase, the cool stone beneath her bare feet sending shivers up her spine. The Ravenclaw common room lay deserted, moonlight streaming through the arched windows, illuminating the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, whose wise marble eyes seemed to follow Ilara's movement with unusual attention. "What do you want from me?" Ilara whispered to the empty air, her voice barely audible above the crackling hearth. Why now?" As if in answer, the shadows in the corners of the room deepened, gathering substance until they no longer resembled mere absences of light, but entities with form and purpose. They extended toward her, not threatening but beckoning, inviting her to follow. Against every instinct of self-preservation, Ilara found herself stepping forward, drawn by a compulsion that flowed in her blood. The shadows enveloped her, cool as silk against her skin, and guided her toward the common room entrance. The corridors of nighttime Hogwarts unfolded before her like a labyrinth from ancient myth. Shadows led her down staircases she had never seen before, through passages hidden behind tapestries depicting forgotten magical battles, descending ever deeper beneath the familiar parts of the castle. At last, she arrived at a narrow doorway carved with runes that shifted and changed as she watched, rearranging themselves into words she somehow understood. "The vigilant shall enter." The door swung open at her touch, revealing a circular chamber whose walls were lined with obsidian mirrors. In the center stood a plinth of white marble, and upon it rested a small object obscured by a shroud of what appeared to be solidified darkness. "I wondered when a Blackwood would finally answer the call." The voice startled her. From the shadows emerged Professor Thorn, the taciturn defense against the dark arts teacher whose piercing gaze had always made Ilara uncomfortable. His normally severe expression was replaced by one of weary resignation. "Professor, what is this place?" "How did you know I'd be here? This chamber has existed since the founding of Hogwarts," he replied, moving to stand beside the plinth. "As for how I knew, I've been waiting for a Blackwood to hear the whispers for over 20 years. Your grandmother nearly came before she fled. Your mother never heard them at all." Ilara's mind reeled. "You knew my grandmother." A shadow of emotion, grief perhaps, or regret, passed over his austere features. "Evanora Blackwood was my mentor and my friend. She was the last guardian of the veil before she departed." "Guardian of the what?" Professor Thorn gestured toward the shrouded object. "The Veil of Shadows, an artifact created by Rowena Ravenclaw herself to protect Hogwarts from certain incursions." With a gesture of his wand, the shroud dissolved, revealing a small mirror in an ornate silver frame. Its surface did not reflect the chamber, but showed only swirling darkness, occasionally broken by flashes of something that seemed to move within its depths. "The boundary between our world and theirs has always been thin at Hogwarts," Thorn continued. "The convergence of so much magic creates vulnerabilities. Ravenclaw created the veil to seal the most dangerous breach, binding it with her own blood magic. That binding could only be maintained by her descendants, but I'm not Not a Ravenclaw by blood, no, but Evanora discovered something that few know. After Ravenclaw's daughter Helena was killed, Rowena adopted an orphaned witch into her lineage, a child named Artemis Black, your ancestor. The whispers suddenly intensified, no longer coming from the walls, but from the mirror itself. Ilara stepped closer, drawn by an irresistible pull. Within the swirling darkness, shapes began to form, creatures of shadow with gleaming silver eyes. "The binding is failing," Thorn explained urgently. "It has been since your grandmother left. These shadow entities, the Umbrae, seek entry to our world. They've already found ways to slip through during the night, feeding on magical energy. 3 students have been found unconscious this week alone, though Madame Pomfrey doesn't understand the cause." As if summoned by his words, a tendril of pure darkness extended from the mirror's surface, reaching toward Ilara. Instinctively, she stepped back, but the tendril followed, curling around her wrist like a sentient vine. "Do not resist," Thorn cautioned. "It recognizes your blood." The shadow's touch was cold, but not painful. Images flooded Ilara's mind. Hogwarts as it had been 1,000 years ago, Rowena Ravenclaw working feverishly over the mirror, a horde of shadow creatures besieging the newly built castle, and finally, a ritual involving 7 witches and wizards channeling their power into a barrier of light. When the vision cleared, Ilara found herself kneeling on the stone floor, Professor Thorn's steadying hand on her shoulder. "You saw it, didn't you?" "The first incursion," he said quietly. "What the history books call the Year of Shadows, when Hogwarts nearly fell." Ilara nodded, her throat dry. "The Umbrae, they're not evil, not exactly. They're hungry. This world is filled with magic they crave. Precisely, and now the veil weakens without a guardian to maintain it. Your grandmother believed she could strengthen it permanently through an ancient ritual, but she vanished before completing her work. I've done what I could, but only one with Ravenclaw's blood can truly renew the binding." A terrible understanding dawned on Ilara. That's why the whispers have grown stronger. That's why the Umbrae are breaking through now. They sense the veil collapsing. Thorn nodded grimly. And they will continue to feed on students, growing stronger with each victim until they can fully manifest in our world. What happens then? Then Hogwarts becomes their domain, a bridgehead from which they'll spread throughout the wizarding world, draining magic wherever they find it. Ilara stood, a newfound resolve replacing her confusion. "Now what must I do?" "The ritual requires preparation and power beyond what you currently possess," Thorn admitted. "We have perhaps a fortnight before the breach becomes irreparable. During that time, you must learn to control the shadow magic in your blood, the gift of your lineage." As if responding to his words, the shadows in the chamber gathered around Ilara, no longer alien but somehow familiar, like extensions of her own being. For the first time in her life, the perpetual feeling of not belonging, of being overlooked and forgotten among her more outgoing classmates, made perfect sense. She was a child of 2 worlds, always standing in the liminal space between light and darkness. "And if I fail, then we all fall," Thorn said simply. "But I don't believe you will fail, Ilara Blackwood. Your grandmother saw something in you even as a child, a strength she herself lacked." A distant clock chimed 3 times, the sound strangely distorted as it reached their underground sanctuary. Morning would arrive soon. "Return to your dormitory," Thorn instructed. "Tomorrow night we begin your training. Speak of this to no one. The panic would only feed the Umbrae's strength." As Ilara turned to leave, a final whisper reached her, not from the walls or the mirror, but seemingly from the shadows that had now become a part of her. "Not guardian, heir." Over the following days, Hogwarts grew increasingly uneasy. 4 more students succumbed to the mysterious malady that left them pale and unresponsive in the hospital wing. Strange shadows moved in peripheral vision, disappearing when directly observed. The ghosts became agitated, floating in tight clusters for protection against something only they could fully perceive. By night, Ilara descended to the Chamber of the Veil, learning to channel the shadow magic under Thorn's exacting tutelage. By day, she researched compulsively in the restricted section, using passes provided by her suddenly accommodating professor. Ancient texts on dimensional boundaries and blood-warding rituals became her obsession, her only friends the whispers that now accompanied her constantly. On the 7th night, as Ilara successfully manipulated shadow into solid form for the first time, Professor Thorn revealed the final piece of the puzzle, a silver dagger with Ravenclaw's eagle emblazoned on its hilt. Your grandmother believed that only a sacrifice would permanently seal the veil, he explained, his voice heavy. Her life for the safety of all. Is that why she disappeared? She couldn't go through with it. Thorn's expression darkened. No. She disappeared because she discovered the truth about the Umbre, a truth I had hidden from her. With a swift motion, he seized Ilara's arm, pressing the dagger against her wrist. Before she could react, his eyes shifted, becoming entirely black with pinpoints of silver light, the eyes of an Umbra. The shadow creatures were never the threat, he hissed, his voice layered with inhuman undertones. The veil doesn't keep them out. It keeps me in. The Guardian was never protecting Hogwarts from outside forces. She was ensuring that I remained trapped. Understanding crashed over Ilara like ice water. You're what Ravenclaw imprisoned, the reason she created the veil in the first place. I am the devourer of magic, bound by 7 fools who feared true power, he snarled. For centuries, I've influenced those who guarded me, draining them slowly, whispering half-truths. Your grandmother was the first to discern my true nature, so she fled rather than complete the ritual that would have freed me completely. But you, child, you will be my unwitting liberator. As the dagger broke her skin, Ilara called upon the shadows she had been training to command. They responded instantly, not as servants, but as extensions of her will, wrapping around Thorn's arm and forcing him back. I am not unwitting, she said, her voice calm despite her racing heart. The whispers never came from the walls. They came from my own blood, from Ravenclaw's legacy within me. They've been warning me about you all along. Around them, the obsidian mirrors cracked simultaneously as shadow poured from Ilara's outstretched hands, more potent than anything she had produced during their training sessions. The veil in the center of the room pulsed with renewed energy. Impossible, Thorn gasped. The binding ritual requires sacrifice. It does, Ilara agreed. But my grandmother discovered what Ravenclaw truly intended. Not the sacrifice of the Guardian, but the sacrifice of the prisoner. The shadows enveloped Thorn completely, lifting him toward the mirror. For the first time, genuine fear replaced the malevolence in his inhuman eyes. You cannot defeat me. I am ancient beyond your comprehension. I don't need to defeat you, Ilara replied, channeling every ounce of her newfound power into the veil. I only need to return you to your prison. The true Umbre will help me. They've been trying to reclaim you since you escaped into our world. As if in confirmation, shadow tentacles emerged from the mirror, catching hold of Thorn and pulling him inexorably toward the swirling darkness. His form began to dissolve, revealing the true Umbra beneath the human disguise, a creature of writhing darkness and ancient malice. This isn't over, heir of Ravenclaw, he snarled as his essence was drawn back into the mirror. There will be others. The veil always weakens, always needs its guardian. With a sound like thunder, The veil pulsed one final time before settling into a gentle, steady glow. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, and the whispering that had haunted Ilara for weeks finally fell silent. In their place came a single clear thought in a voice she recognized from her visions, Rowena Ravenclaw herself. "Well done, daughter of my line. The guardianship is yours now, as it was always meant to be." Ilara touched the silver frame of the mirror, feeling the magic respond to her bloodline. The veil was secure once more, strengthened by the return of its prisoner. The shadows around her no longer felt alien but familiar, tools rather than threats, a birthright reclaimed. In the hospital wing, the affected students began to stir, their magical energy slowly replenishing. The ghosts resumed their normal routes through the castle. And in the forgotten chamber deep beneath Ravenclaw Tower, a young witch who had always believed herself unremarkable embraced her true inheritance, not just as guardian of the veil, but as Hogwarts' hidden protector, the heiress of shadows.